of Americanism are waking up, and they're gaining a new political consciousness, becoming politically mature. And as they develop this political maturity, they're able to see the recent trends in these political elections. Any minority that has a block of votes that stick together is in a strategic position. Either way you go, that's who gets it. You're in a position to determine who go to the White House and who stay in the doghouse. You're the one who has that power. You and I have never seen democracy. All we've seen is hypocrisy. Today, and look around America, we see America not through the eyes of someone who has enjoyed the fruits of Americanism. We see America through the eyes of someone who has been the victim of Americanism. We don't see any American dream. We've experienced only the American nightmare. We haven't benefited from America's democracy. We've only suffered from America's hypocrisy. And the generation that's coming up now can see it and are not afraid to say it.
This is the People Before Politics show, broadcast every Sunday at 6 p.m. Hosts Damon K. Jones and AJ Woodson bring you the news that impacts our community. Join us for unfiltered, unapologetic coverage of the stories that matter most. Black Westchester Magazine presents the People Before Politics show, the news with the black point of view.
Peace and blessings, everybody. It is one of those days where I really don't feel like doing shit, but we're here. we are here to give you the news with the black point of view, Black Westchester Magazine's People Before Politics show. And I am Damon Jones, and this is my partner, AJ Woodson. What up, AJ? What up?
What's up? Yo, I don't like that. I don't really be advertising stuff that ain't advertising with us or supporting, but I saw this shirt on in my timeline on IG or something. It says, "You good, bro?" And it says, "Mental health matters." And I wore that because it's like, yo, we don't check on the people in our community. We don't even check on the people in our family. You know what I'm saying? Like in the black community, mental health is a big deal. This mental health is a big issue everywhere, but in our community with less resources, a lot of times we don't have time to unpack that. And our young people, they living with mental, their mental health is off with all the things they got to deal with, the violence and all that other stuff they got to deal with, and there's no place for them to unpack it. So I just wore this shirt, and I wanted to say, yo, we need to check on our people. And it's all right to just ask your people, yo, you all right? You good, bro? You good? You know what I'm saying? We need to check on our people because mental health matters. Black health. So
absolutely.
Again, not promoting the brand. I don't even know who the brand is. It's just they had a shirt that popped up on my timeline. I liked it. I saw it. I liked it. I had to get it. So that's my message to everybody. Yo, ask your people, yo, you good, bro? You know what I'm saying?
No, that's one of the best questions you should ask a person: are they okay?
Right.
And
wives, check on your husbands.
Exactly. that we have to check on each other, man. We just have to.
Your brothers, your family members.
We have to check. We have to check on each other's mental health. Because whether with everything that's going on, man, you look, 2025 is just jumping off crazy with the fire out there in LA, man. That is amazing. And, the situations that's going on around that and the uncertainty, everybody has an uncertainty on what's going to go on in Washington, D.C. Then we have these ridiculous ass congestion prices. Yes, I said it's ridiculous, and it is ridiculous. And it seems like, every time our government officials that we put in office can't properly manage our money, we have to pay for it. It's just amazing. it's really amazing, and hopefully sooner or later, we got to get it right as a people. We have to get it right as a people because it seems that we are not catching on, and they're just playing us. You know, it ain't even about black and white; it's about rich or poor. There's always race hustlers that will play. Now, bias absolutely exists. Are they racist people? Absolutely exists.
You know what? Let me interrupt.
Racist appears when you're rich and filthy rich. Ain't about race; it's about money.
So a while back, I interviewed Pam Grier. I don't remember which movie she was doing. One of those Jackie Brown movies or something like that. And she said, because she was the first black female to have a multi-movie deal. And she said she found out, and this is her words, that it wasn't about racism, it was about classism.
Well, that too.
You know what I'm saying? And if they feel you're in their class or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
She felt with dealing with Hollywood and everything. It was about. I mean, it ain't hurt. She was fine as hell, and white people thought she was fine as hell too. I'm sure that didn't hurt. But she said it's more. She saw more classism than racism when dealing with like Hollywood and stuff like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there because that was an interview. One of my favorite interviews of all times too. I interviewed her 3 times. So that was a beautiful thing.
No, and Dave Chappelle made a couple of jokes about that. And absolutely right, and I believe is definitely more class. Like people were upset, but I wasn't surprised at the civility. Right, of all the former presidents at Jimmy Carter's funeral, and Trump and Obama in the corner just kikiing like Trump didn't call him a racist. Obama didn't call him a racist. Obama didn't call him Hitler. Obama and vice versa. That they just kikiing, and what was the crazy thing? I wish I could pull it up. I'm going to try to pull it up. What was the craziest thing? The craziest thing about it was when Kamala sat down, neither Obama or Trump didn't even give her a head nod. Not even a. They just looked and then went back kikiing. That was amazing. But it just shows you, it's all a game. We're pawns in the game.
Yo, the one person who snubbed Trump though was another Republican, Bush. Bush walked by, he tapped, he gave like a fist pound to Obama to walk past Trump and never even acknowledge Trump.
Well, that's because Trump manhandled his brother Jeb.
Right. No, I'm just saying.
Let me tell you something. That was so bad. It was so bad how Trump came in the Republican Party and just manhandled them. Jeb had no chance, bro. And I'll be upset too. You manhandled my little brother. He was supposed to be. He took. You understand. Jeb was the front runner.
He was the front runner.
He was the front runner. Jeb was supposed to be president, and Jeb would have probably beat Hillary. He would have probably beat Hillary, but that debate was disgusting. It was literally disgusting.
And that's the only person I saw that really didn't acknowledge him.
Yeah.
He gave a fist pump to Obama as a way to walk past Trump and
they cousins, right?
Huh?
You know the words that they're cousins. Bush, the Bush and Obama, the white side, the Obamas, they cousins.
I don't know.
No, that's the word in the political circles that they are related.
Oh, I know.
Because you have a video of AIPAC on YouTube saying that they picked Obama when he was in college.
Oh, I just know like when they go to those things, you can see Michelle there. Michelle and Bush are always laughing and joking.
Always
together.
And right.
Michelle and Bush, they like former president part. They go everything the former presidents go to them to be laughing and joking and giving each other candy and stuff.
Right. And Melania is just so disconnected. She's just disconnected from the whole thing. She's, I'm just doing it because my husband's the president, and where I'm going. Where am I going? Where am I going? Let me just go through the motions and get this over, man. I don't even want to be here. I'm so disconnected. But I think it was telling, because you have had people saying not to talk to your family member because they voted this way or that way, and Thanksgiving and all this nonsense. And then you see this video of them just kikiing and just having a good old time. That's just, and if people don't understand what that's about, then you're going to continue to be played and understand it's about the rich and poor.
Right.
That's what it's all about. It's about the rich and poor. And if black people don't get their self together, we're going to be the permanent underclass. We're going to be the permanent poor people in America.
Well, it's about also beyond rich or poor and black and white. If you can make them money, they will deal with you. If you can make them money, you know what I'm saying? Like, it don't matter what your background is, you can make them money. Then you in, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you can make them money, it's different. You don't get treated like a lot of other people because you're making them money.
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all about money.
Like our athletes and some celebrities and
Well, I mean, athletes are slaves. Athletes are the highest paid employees, and they're slaves.
Oh no, I'm not talking about they're under their basketball contract, but I'm talking about to these corporations when they can make them some money. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right?
Not their team.
Right.
Those big power brokers, them big people. You talking about them rich people.
Right.
They deal with people that can make them money.
Right. Well, I deleted the damn thing, so now I got to make this thing, man.
If you see me moving, I'm doing my my little footstepper thing under the desk. Yeah, while I'm doing the show. That's what it's supposed to be for, under the desk. So if you see me kind of move back and forth a little bit, I'm doing my footstepper thing. I'm getting it in.
So we're gonna go real quick. And Tuesday night, it'll be up, Balling with a Budget, where I go in a little more detail about nice smelling scents. I'm going to have a couple of women's scents, unisex scents, but most of them are unisex. It's just, it's just your taste, right? So I just want to go over one real quick. I wore this week, and let me tell you, it's a compliment getter. It's a compliment getter. Y'all don't tell Miss Jones, but I wore this. I wore this to go see the doctor, and every nurse was like, "It smells good." So let's get into it. End of the week. So the scent of the week, ladies and gentlemen, is Coco Morado by French Avenue. And I'm telling you right now, this is definitely a compliment getter. So let's look at the notes. And on Tuesday, Balling with the Budget on Black Westchester, I'll go into more detail, but let's talk about the notes. The top notes, you have saffron, nutmeg, cinnamon, cardamom, ginger, and pink pepper. Your middle notes is myrrh, sugarcane, divana, agarwood, incense, oud, caramel, dates, and amberwood. And then your base notes is leather, mate, labdanum, tonka, Madagascar vanilla, benzoin, cocoa butter, musk, and patchouli. Let me tell you, compliment getter. And as I said, don't tell Miss Jones, but I wore this when I went to see the doctor, and every nurse was like, yo, that smells good. From the phlebotomist to the check-in nurse, every nurse was saying, that smells good. So the link will be on it, and I believe this is only $45. Right? I think it's only 45 on Amazon. And let me tell you, the longevity is crazy. You'll smell it all day, at least 8 to 10 hours. Right? The projection, you got 2 hours. The silage is 1 to 2 feet, right? And this is definitely a fall and winter scent. Some people say you could wear it at night in the springtime. But once it starts heating up, I wouldn't do a lot of sprays, maybe 1 or 2, because after around 7 hours, it's a nice smooth skin scent. So definitely check it out. The link is going to be in the description. It's Coco Morado French Avenue, Coco Morado French Avenue. And we're about to go into what? Local news.
Wait. As we get into the local news, though, the whole time I was off the screen, I was like, you said, don't tell Miss Jones. I'm laughing. I was like, you just did. You just told the whole world.
I know. Don't tell Miss Jones. The ladies were saying, oh, Mrs. Jones, oh, you smell so good. What do you got on, Mr. Jones? Yeah, so, yep. Yeah, man. What's that?
What was that?
You smell good, Mr. Jones.
So on the local news thing, of course, Ken Jenkins was sworn in as Westchester's first Black county executive on Monday. The Board of Legislators voted for him unanimously to serve up until the special election, which I think is February 11th or the 13th or something like that. Let me look. I know it's February 11th. So he'll serve as a county executive until the certification of the special election on Tuesday, February 11th. Now here's where it gets interesting. If he wins the special election and he has challenges, then that special election is just to fill the remainder of Latimer's term. Then in June, he has to run in the primary for his own term. And if he has a Republican candidate, which we hear and he may have, we'll see what's going on with that, he'll have to run again in November. So he may have 3 elections. Like it's going to be the hardest path. It's going to have the hardest path to county exec that anybody ever has. So that's what's up with that.
That's crazy.
What's up with that, huh?
I said, that's crazy.
Yeah. So that's what's up with that. The White Plains mayor race. So we had already announced that former Councilwoman Nadine Hunt Robinson was running to be the first Black mayor of White Plains. Tom Roach, the current mayor, he just announced that he will not be running for re-election because they wasn't sure what he was going to do. He will be running for county clerk. And current White Plains Councilman Justin Brash just announced the same day that the mayor announced he's not running, that he will be running. So those are the 2 candidates so far for the White Plains mayor race, and I'm sure we'll have more on that. We'll keep you in the loop about that.
Yeah, that's good. That county clerk race is gonna
right. Then you have Nada Sayich, the assemblyman, who
Yep.
declared his candidacy around December 13th. You have Crystal Collins in Mount Vernon.
Yeah, but I heard that she's not running now.
Well, when I talked to her at the one of the latest I think the Westchester Health Center gala, we were sitting at the table. She said everybody came out for support for her, until they found out who else was running. Then they wasn't supporting her no more. So that was the last we talked about it. So I didn't know that she stepped out. Um, uh, we have a bunch of people that are starting to. I went to art gallery opening. Damaris, who's been on our show, she opened an art gallery in Ernie Davis building on the second floor. 47 South Fifth Avenue on the second floor. It's in a space right outside of his actual gallery that he has. And there I found out Elvira, who Castillo, she runs the Westchester, I can't think of what it's called, and she's also the head of at Leviston Towers. She's running for city council in Mount Vernon. And I talked to Nicole Lucio last night, who says she's also running for city council for Mount Vernon. I don't think either one of them have made their announcements official yet, but they both told me they were running, and that starts. That starts this long list of people who said they're running.
Oh God!
We got the former PBA president who told us he's running.
Yeah.
We have Caitlin who's rerunning. I don't know if Ed Poteet is running. You have Danielle, who was the anchor of that ticket. She's no longer running for re-election. She's running for city court judge. And I believe Corporation Counsel Brian Johnson is also running. So that race is going to be kind of interesting. There's a whole lot going on this year. And that's just Mount Vernon races, White Plain races, and the clerk race. And that's and the county exec. There's more. So that's what we have so far. I'm sure there's other people. I'm hearing rumors of other names. I'm not going to mention those names because they didn't personally tell me they were running, or they haven't announced yet. So, but there's supposed to be another 5 to 7 people that may be running for city council in Mount Vernon. 3 seats are up. So we'll see what happens with that. That's most of the local news. Oh, and we already told you in November, Yonkers Mayor Mike Spano decided he will not be running for county exec. That was going to be the greatest challenge that Ken Jenkins was supposed to be facing. So he's not running. Lorraine sent me, since we're talking about local races, Lorraine sent me somebody who's running for, yes, I did. Someone here has asked me, did you say Nicole Lucio? Yes. Lorraine sent me somebody running for, his name is Alberto Vasquez, Democrat running for city council in District 2. And I asked her who's in that seat now. That's the seat that Corazon is in right now. Corazon Pineda Isaac. I probably messed up her name, but Corazon, everybody knows what I'm talking about. That's her seat. And he announced that he will be running. So those are the names that I have so far in the upcoming elections. I'm sure there will be many more. We have a school board election in Mount Vernon coming up in, I think, May. And
Welcome all. Let's get ready to rumble.
Yes. And I met. I don't know if I call them Damon staff. I met the entire staff. Shanice introduced me to the staff of the food pantry. And
Not my staff.
Not
my staff.
Right. And told me, I forgot the brother she introduced. His name started with a T. She introduced me to him and another brother, and she said, make sure you tell my brother to mention the food pantry on the show. I said, he does almost every week. He talks about the food pantry. She says, then she was telling the guy, see, David talks about y'all all the time. So we had that conversation last night. And on the other local news, Mount Vernon. So $420,000 was somehow removed from the city of Mount Vernon's account. So from what I'm gathering a whole bunch of things. I'm hearing a whole bunch of I'm hearing a whole bunch of things from a whole bunch of people.
Amazing.
But,
Amazing.
but supposedly seven wireless wire transfers, no, 13 wire transfers were made. They were able to stop them, but not before seven went through and $420,000 was missing from the account.
So how? So what? All right.
I'm not getting the bottom to the story. I'm hearing. I did talk to Morton a little bit, the controller. He said something about cyber attacks or something like that, and we'll get more into that. Some people are saying it's a scam. They were actually talking about it last night at the art gallery opening, where people was like, "Yo, somebody in his office gave up the account number." I can't prove that. That's stuff I can't corroborate. No, but I'm just saying I haven't independently corroborated any of that.
And I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying from what got back to me that they had to have the account. It was something with the account numbers and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody. It's just alleged that it was something with giving up the account numbers. I'm not saying it was Morton. I don't know what was going on, but that was the word that got back to me, and I just told my wife, man, June, get up out of there. Because the two things I was told allegedly, that money is not covered by the bank. I guess because of the way, how that transaction was, that this is, I'm not saying it's facts. I'm just saying what I was told by somebody. And they would probably have to go through their insurance. But Mount Vernon is with all due respect to everybody involved, Mount Vernon is in no shape or they're not in no shape to lose $400,000.
So here's Jonathan Bandler from LoHUD. He usually does a good job and does good research, so I can quote him. So the whole thing was an attempt to steal $800,000 from two Mount Vernon bank accounts. That was blocked, but not before more than $400,000 was withdrawn. The fraudulent activity occurred between 4 and 5 o'clock on Tuesday. The controller's office was initially notified by text of a suspicious withdrawal and payroll and the payroll deduction account and the general fund market account. The office first tried to reach its regular representative at the bank. When that failed, they responded to the text message getting in touch with the person purportedly with the bank fraud protection unit who claimed to be working to reverse the transaction. By the nature of the person's question, the city accounts raised alarms, Controller Darren Morton said, especially after they were unable to set up a three-way call with his office and the city's regular bank official. Once Morton did not reach the regular bank representative, efforts were made to stop the transaction, but 7 of the 13 attempted wire transfers totaling $420,000 went through. Morton believes they may have been a simultaneous computer hack. And as he was getting some strange emails and did not get the usual email notification of wire transfers. Mayor said the culprit was unknown and there's no reason to believe that any current or former city employee was involved. Mount Vernon police were notified and the case was expected to be referred to the U.S. Secret Service. The theft was not expected to result in any payroll disruption. The controller's office is working with Chase Bank to retrieve the funds from any bank where the money was wired. If the money is not recovered, the city should be made whole by insurance, Morton said. That's his article. That's what he said, and that's what Jonathan Bandler reported in LoHUD on January 9th.
Good luck. But, I mean, I don't know, man.
So a lot of people are just wondering what the hell's going on. This is not the first time we've had problems with the bank and money being missing. It's not the first administration we've had that problem. We have bad checks under the Richard Thomas, checks being cashed in Brooklyn and Harlem that came out of Richard Thomas's office or something or whatever, and the people got caught. So,
amazing. I'm trying to tell you, man.
that is we don't know. All I
Trying to
know
tell
is
you.
what we were told and what the low HUD has reported. I have not been able to independently corroborate many of the facts. And Darren Morton said he would release a statement later, which I have not got yet. So that's all I have to tell you. You can make what you want to make of it, but that's what we know so far.
All right, that's it. Local news. Anything else, man?
I think that was kind of enough. Like just that
Yeah,
alone was enough. Forget about the candidates. Yeah, well, I kind of went out of order, and I already told you all the candidates that are running so far and have announced.
Well, everybody that's
local
running.
and that's local and political.
Yeah, it's everybody that's running. But the one of the biggest stories in New York, man, which is insane, is these congestion prices, and I really think it's going to be. Democrats are going to have a hard time in state elections with these congestion prices. How many, it just seems every time politicians mess up money, and this has nothing to do with Morton. I know we just talk about the money stuff, but as when we look at California, man, and all the budget cuts and we're going to get into that, and then we look at MTA is just leaking money all over the place and it's losing money. They put the burden on the everyday person. Either they increase taxes or this congestion is a tax. This congestion is a tax, and I think personally, I think it's crazy, because it doesn't, if you live down there, you don't pay the tax. If you have to come, it's bad enough you have to pay these high tolls, and now you got to turn around and pay this congestion tax. So Mike Lawler was on MSNBC, and they're having some Republicans on there now. Get their ratings up. He was on there, and we did a little report, and let's make it happen. Let's see what's going on.
And before you, as you're doing that,
no, go ahead.
As you're doing that, I want to say, Lawler is one of the Republicans that is not afraid to go on, I guess, what you would consider left-leaning media. He has been on Black Westchester. He has advertised with Black Westchester. You know what I'm saying? So he's one. So him being on MSNBC, I'm not surprised because he will go on those formats. Yeah. He's not gonna stay away from them because they're left-leaning or whatever.
Right. Here we go.
Okay.
I shouldn't have done the intro. Should have just got to the thing, but I forgot.
Can't hear it. Can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
No. I see his mouth moving, but is it muted?
No.
I don't know who's listening on live. If you can hear it, let us know because I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
Mm-mm. I just see his mouth moving.
Interesting.
I don't know if the listeners can hear it, but I can't hear it. And no one's responded to say they heard it, so.
I don't know. If you can't hear it, you can't hear it?
No. Not hearing a word. Only hearing you. Let's see on YouTube on my TV.
Let me see.
Listeners can hear it.
No sound.
Yeah. I got YouTube. I just pulled up YouTube.
Ain't no sound?
Yeah, I'm only hearing me and you on YouTube. I'm pulling up Facebook now.
All right. Well, that's a wrap.
Yeah, Brenda said no, can't hear the video. She's watching as well.
Oh well, we'll work it out. Anyway,
Well,
so
before we
Lawler,
go, okay, go ahead.
yeah. So Lawler basically said it was a scam. He said they're raising money to borrow more money.
What's a scam? I'm sorry. Oh, the congestion
The
prices.
Yeah, the congestion prices was a scam. They're raising money to borrow more money. I don't know why it's not working. Very interesting.
Even at the
Oh, wait a
bottom.
minute. Hold
Oh,
on.
it's
Wait a
on the
minute.
thing. It
Wait.
shows it's muted.
Oh, okay. Let's try it again.
Right. I was gonna say it's muted.
Let's try it again.
Modern
New
technology.
York got $100 billion
You wanna hear it?
from the
Yes.
bipartisan
Start it
infrastructure
over.
bill.
All right.
And the state, frankly,
Modern technology is a beautiful thing. Work with us. This is what happens when you're live.
In a heated exchange on Joe Scarborough's show, Congressman Lawler launched a scathing critique of New York's controversial congestion pricing plan.
it has everything to do with the MTA raising $1 billion in revenue so that it can borrow $15 billion more.
Despite New York receiving $100 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure bill, Lawler claims the state has failed to effectively distribute these funds for critical improvements.
Well, first, New York got $100 billion from the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And the state, frankly, has done a horrible job of releasing those funds for infrastructure improvements, not just in New York City, but across the state.
The congressman contends the congestion pricing initiative isn't about reducing traffic or environmental benefits, but rather a strategy to generate $1 billion in revenue, enabling the MTA to borrow an additional $15 billion.
But let's be clear, this is a scam, congestion pricing. It has nothing to do with reducing congestion. It has nothing to do with the environment. It has everything to do with the MTA raising $1 billion in revenue so that it can borrow $15 billion more. This is an authority that is already tens of billions of dollars in debt and has individual borrowing authority. It needs to be completely overhauled. I absolutely agree there needs to be infrastructure upgrades, but this is a scam. The fact is, Governor Hochul is charging the average New Yorker $2,500 more to drive into the city to go to work on an annual basis. And meanwhile, she's spending billions of dollars in taxpayer money on free housing, clothing, food, education, and healthcare for illegal immigrants.
Lawler maintained that while improvements are necessary, the MTA requires a complete overhaul rather than accumulating more debt through what he describes as the worst run authority in America. Stay on Black Westchester for the latest development. It's the news with the Black point of view.
Shit, that's crazy. You got to stop it. Okay, that is crazy. In political and news, I also just wanted to shout out James Earl Carter Jr., known as the peanut farmer, Jimmy Carter, the 39th president, who just passed away December 29th, 2024. And as you were talking about the presidents keying together, they were at his funeral. So I just wanted to, he was definitely a humanitarian that was respected on both sides. And, it's not about Democrat or Republican. He showed in his life after the presidency what, a good public servant does. He spent the rest of his life, doing humanitarian efforts, building homes building homes for the homeless and in areas that were disaster areas, you know what I'm saying? And helping to build homes. Like, he wasn't paying people to do it. He wasn't hiring. You saw his worn out tool belt, which means he used it a lot. You saw him with the hammer and the nails. He was really getting it in. And he's a former president. And he said, with the housing crisis that we face now and all the homelessness, everybody needs to pick up a hammer and help build some homes for the homeless. So I just want to shout him out. It was a great individual, great human being. Regardless of whatever you may have thought about him as a president, he was just a great human being and an example of a humanitarian and amplify what exemplified what a public servant is. So I just want to give my condolences to his family, friends, supporters, and all who were affected and loved former President
Oh,
Jimmy.
absolutely, absolutely. He was, and a lot of people. It's crazy because a lot of people say that he was a better ex-president than he was president because of the issues he was able to champion outside of the political realm. We know when you get these positions, sometimes you can't speak your mind because you're worried about being politically correct.
Well, I'm glad you said that. He also is known for saying that he gonna say what it needs to be said, even if that means people don't vote for him no more. So he was like, he was not scared to say it, and that's a beautiful thing. We need more. We need more people like that in politics, regardless of their political affiliations. Just individuals like him.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Keep talking. I'm trying to.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. So yeah, I just wanted to show some love, and we couldn't, do the show without, at least, mentioning him and the work that he had done, and yeah.
Yeah. So the other video's still uploading.
Okay.
We just took. I must have shut my computer down.
So anybody who missed I'm not going to do the whole. Everybody who said that they're running again, as each candidate announces and sends their announcement to Black Westchester. Let me get that point, because some of y'all don't send the announcement and then say why y'all are mentioning it. As everybody announces, we will post their announcements and let you know what offices they're running for. And then, and I want to say this again, we haven't said this in some years. It is not Black Westchester's responsibility to reach out to any candidate. It is the candidate and their staff's responsibility to reach out to Black Westchester if you want to appear on the show. So if you know what I'm saying, I don't want to hear we never reached out to you. There's a lot of candidates, and it's not our responsibility. We will try to reach out to who we can and we have contacts to, but it is your staff and your responsibility if you want to appear on Black Westchester, on People Before Politics, and you want coverage. It is your responsibility to make sure we're on your mailing list. We're getting the emails. We know what's going on. And, that's your responsibility, not my responsibility to find all of that out. It's not. And, we shouldn't have to have this conversation every year. But let me put that out there just now, early, because I'm sure people are going to be like, oh, they won't call me and they won't interview me because they support. No, we don't do endorsements of every election, and we definitely don't endorse any candidates until all candidates have been interviewed in that race that want to be interviewed, and also until you make the ballot. Do not be calling Black Westchester for support for interviews.
And you ain't even on the ballot.
You didn't even make the ballot yet. So
you ain't even collect signatures yet.
Amazing.
We've had that in the past where candidates, we have interviewed them early and then they got kicked off the ballot. So it was like, why did I interview you? Just go tell everybody who's watching, tell this. No candidates will be supported, endorsed, or interviewed or anything till after you make the ballot. You must first make the ballot.
And we welcome all candidates, man.
Democrats, Republicans, Independents.
Democrats,
if you're representing the 914 Westchester County and the surrounding areas and you want to reach our community, we welcome, but it's your responsibility to reach out to us.
Absolutely. And we want y'all to come on the show, man, because we want to have real discussions about issues in the community. And if you're running for a position, we want to know what you're thinking, what's in your mind, and try to inform the people if they should vote for you, if they should take their time of their life and go and pull the lever or put the marker or whatever, but whatever they're doing in the ballot box, for your name. I don't understand why people get scared to come on the show.
For 10 years, we have never beat nobody up unless they came trying to get with some stupid answers. Scarpino tried to come up with some stupid answers, and he got caught in his lies. And Bob gave him the business. Bob gave him the business, but he started out with a fair interview until he was giving us some political rhetoric.
That was kind of all right. So I got to get some more sound effects. I need a warning.
Shout out to you, Damon. Former Police Commissioner Burke was there last night, and he told me to tell you what's up.
Burke? Yeah, how's Burke doing, man?
And we were talking about Bruce Bendich, talking about that race again. We were talking about Bruce Bendich, the Republican that ran. No, but we were talking about Bruce Bendich, who ran against Scarpino.
Right, yeah.
And we were talking about him and various other things we were talking about last night. So he was there to support Damaris. But he told me to make sure that I gave you a shout out.
Man, I remember he was standing there.
We talked about that too. we talked about that in great detail last night. The Reggie Lafayette situation.
Reggie Lafayette, he was like, "Oh God, this dude's going."
And the funny thing is, while people came up to me, including former Commissioner Burke, Deputy Commissioner Burke, and was like, "While some felt that Reggie might have had it coming, many people were glad that you didn't swing on him." And these are from police officers and police management. They said nobody wanted to, and the word they used was attempt to put handcuffs on Damon. Like that. They didn't say arrest him. Nobody wanted to attempt to put handcuffs on Damon. So they were very glad that he didn't swing off. That's where he was pushing you to swing on him.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna hit him, man.
Shout out to the late Reggie Lafayette. We've been very critical, but we've also been very chummy, and you know what I'm saying? So, the good and the bad and all that good stuff. I've learned a lot from Reggie Lafayette.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm writing a book now, right? I'm writing a book now about just having a Black agenda, right? And I'm also 2 chapters is how to take over your local city committee.
Okay.
The second chapter is being a political candidate for dummies. So one of the things I think we fail to understand is the political process and how it works. And I think that's where a lot of us get caught out there.
Yeah, no teaching of civics and all that. Yeah.
I think that's where a lot of us get caught out there and not knowing what to do.
What positions are what the elected officials actually do, what their position does. Shout out while you're doing whatever you're doing. Shout out to a few people. Suzanne Berger, the Westchester County Democratic Committee chair, is tuned in. Dawn C. Wright said, "Good afternoon, good evening, AJ Woodson and Damon K. Jones." Oh, and today is her birthday. Happy birthday to Dawn C. Wright.
Happy birthday, sis.
Yes. I saw a few other people. Cookie Alexander Campbell. I'm trying to go through all of the different things that we are on, because we're simulcasting live on YouTube, Facebook, various Facebook pages, the Black Westchester YouTube page, the Black Westchester and Damon K. Jones X Twitter pages. We sometimes do Instagram when they act right, because sometimes the connection don't act right. So shout out to everybody who's tuned in on the various formats as we simulcast live. Make sure you give us a like. Make sure you leave a comment. Make sure you give us a shout out so that we know you're on. If there's anything you want to add to, comment about anything we're talking about, or things you would like to see us talk about, make sure you hit us in the comment section. So, this is supposed to be an interactive experience, not just us talking to you. So,
yeah, absolutely. But I wanted to write a book on giving people the little tidbits, because going back and forth with Reggie Lafayette, it wasn't, you learn, right?
Yes. The good and the bad and the ugly. You learn, but you learn.
You learn. You actually learn. You learn how you learn how to do your signature sheets. Well, I learned that from Doc too, Dr. Cavallo. Big shout out.
Shout out
Big
to him.
shout out to Dr. Julio Cavallo. All these things, and they really get you because you don't know. It's not that it's some rocket scientist, some super secret, some scroll that's in the hills. It's just the lack of knowledge.
And having people on your campaign who know what they're doing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because every candidate doesn't know, but you should have, there's good for volunteers, but you should pay some qualified people that have done this and that have some experience in this to handle that and oversee all of that, so that you won't. Because, like I said, we've had candidates that we've interviewed and they got knocked off because of signature stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they got knocked off because of signature challenges and stuff. So, and a lot of that is just someone made a mistake. Someone signed a sheet that they didn't approve. They didn't visibly witness the signatures. Somebody wrote the wrong city or something on, like, because some cities and villages you have to write the village or the city, and if you don't write the right one, it gets thrown out. So it's just like a lot of minor things.
Let me
You should
say
know what
something
you
too.
need to do in your community, in your race, and you should have someone qualified.
You make sure all the people that want, make sure you have an election lawyer.
Number one.
Make
Reggie,
sure
that Reggie always said, if you don't have money to pay for a lawyer, you don't have money to run for office.
No.
Yeah.
Make sure you have an election. Man, let me tell you. What they did to what's his name? Your man that ended up getting caught by the feds, who ran against Engel.
Oh, Derrickson Lawrence.
Yo, what they did to Derrickson Lawrence was humiliating. Yo, they challenged his signatures in Albany. So that meant that he had to pay for a lawyer, and you had to pay for the lawyer's time. The lawyer got to go up there to Albany and all that. That's paper. Then he had to go up in Albany.
Right, because you got to be present for some of that. Yeah.
Exactly. When he told me that, I'm like, damn. Because I remember Eric Adams told me, he's like, look, he said, yeah, we challenged the guy's signatures. He said, by the time he gets finished with that, he won't have any money to run. And that's the trick.
And that's the trick to outspend you, to wear you out, and all the challenges and stuff like that. And unfortunately, a lot of candidates don't have the money to continue that on, and that's what happens.
Exactly. And if you ain't got the money, man, it's a wrap. So like I hope young people understand that. But that's why I say we
Charles Hearn said that is how the game is played.
Right. Oh, absolutely, Charles. But we have to learn how to play the game. Like, we need to start community packs where we take a little bit of our money and put it aside, get a board, get a chairman, get this, and have a community pack, and then you're able to run your own politician. You wouldn't have to worry. You wouldn't have to worry. You wouldn't have to worry about dealing with anybody. You just run them. And look, what we did with the Independence Party in Mount Vernon was historic. We got the most we got the most votes of a third party candidate ever in a dominant Democratic city, to the point that the next time there was an opening for city council, Reggie Lafayette didn't want to take that chance, and he endorsed her. So you figure from the primary, and that was when the primary was what, in September?
September, yeah.
From the primary, when they had the September primary, to the November election, we rocked the shit out of them in Mount Vernon
Because we didn't start till after
the primary.
We only had her from the primary to the election, which is what, like 6 weeks or something like
It's
that.
for 6 weeks, and we made history to the point she damn near won.
Right.
She damn near won.
But it put a scare on the local Democratic Party,
Exactly.
like you said. When the next 2 years when she came up again, they sit there and made her one of the Democratic nominees.
It's how you run an election. And then when you try to tell people that, then you have hard-headed people that don't want to listen. And they want to do it themselves, and they keep losing, and they wonder why they keep losing. But the whole thing is you have to have a ground game. And a lot of times with these local elections in these cities, they could be won. They could be won by third-party candidates, especially city councils and they could definitely be won. But you have to have a real hard ground game.
Absolutely.
You have to have a real hard ground game. We had a crazy ground game.
Absolutely.
To the point that Reggie wasn't taking any chances the next election.
Wait, and the funny thing is, the ground game that we had was so crazy that people that were on other campaigns that was looking at us and saying all kinds of nasty stuff about us had meetings with us talking about, yo, so who are y'all supporting in the next election? We just want to be on the winning side.
Exactly. Exactly. But then, we got behind some people that just didn't listen.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to listen, if you're not going to be on the ground, if you're not going to be in your community, if you're not going to constantly be a voice and a face in your community,
and
you'll have a hard time.
You want people in your office and people that are knocking doors. It's good to hire other people, but you want some people that look like your community and look like the people's doors that they're knocking on, not just a whole bunch of outsiders because they worked on other campaigns.
Right.
That's another way that's another thing that has failed some candidates throughout the county that I've seen some races. So,
well, the sad thing is, and this is, and you know what, and this was wrong with Kamala's campaign, right? This was wrong with Kamala's campaign.
Kamala.
Kamala.
No, Kamala. I'm saying that's how we're gonna pronounce her name right, though.
Kamala. I'm done. Her campaign. At the end of the day, right? VP Harris. It just doesn't matter at this point. It's over. They had wrong people running her campaign. And a lot of times, especially black candidates, there are white people running their campaigns. And they don't know how to run a campaign to get out the white vote. Bowman, big problem. White people running campaigns. He needed the black vote.
White people outside of the city too. Not even white people
that wasn't even from Westchester. Wasn't even from the district running the campaigns when you're focusing on getting the black vote out. White vote is great, but if you're a black candidate, you're focusing on getting the black vote out.
If you got a campaign office on the south side of Mount Vernon, it needs to have some black faces in there.
Well, it need to have people from the city.
Yeah.
Like he made, that's my brother. I love him to death.
Oh, absolutely.
He made a lot of critical mistakes. It's a lot of critical mistakes. But at the end of the day, you have to have, if young people, you have to this is my person. Absolutely not. You might want to have someone that has some type of experience, but the main person on the street has to come from the community. They have to come from the community, or you will lose every time when you're going up against the big machine. You lose every time because they don't understand the community.
You need a strong ground game. They need to know the community. They need to know how it's divided up. They need to know what the issues are in that community. They need to know where to go to reach the individuals that in the places that they are in the community. You can't just cookie cutter it. Every community has certain things that matter to them and certain issues that matter to them, but you have to be from that community to know that. And this is for anybody running for office. Any young people now that want to get into this whole thing, you look at some of the things that have not been done and were done wrong, and you should learn from that so you don't make those same mistakes. Look at these people who have failed in some of the elections or lost in some of these elections, and you need to, once you identify that, you need to make the adjustments, and you need to not, do the same thing. So,
Absolutely. Because there's gonna be, look, there's a shift, and whether y'all young people want to take advantage of the shift is coming, because like, I have nothing against anybody, but a lot of them are in their 70s, late 60s, and sooner or later they're not going to be in these positions. So you need to step your game up. Y'all young people really need to the young Democrats, y'all need to work among yourselves, work out, because you can't allow people to continue to not think forward and leave the next generations paying for the mishap of this generation. When will it stop? Every year we're talking about, what will Social Security even be here? So now you're in your 30s, you're in your 40s, and you've been paying into Social Security since you started working. But when it's time for you to need it, it might not even be there. When you could have took that money and put it in a 401k and probably been a millionaire. But it's because it's political mismanagement. The congestion prices, political mismanagement. What's going on in LA? Political mismanagement. And I feel for the people in California. Political mismanagement has led to these people not even having insurance. Political mismanagement, because they cut the budget on how they clean out the dry leaves and everything like that, so they wouldn't have fires. Political mismanagement. Not making sure that the fire hydrants were working properly. How do you run out of water? What is on the other side of California? AJ, what's on the other side of California?
the Pacific Ocean.
So how the hell are they running out of water?
So
It doesn't make sense. You have all that water. So you're trying to tell me that there's no young engineer in California that could figure out how do they get that water out the Pacific Ocean into some type of development to make sure that they have water for their fire hydrants in 2024.
So I pulled it up just so always have to have something to back us up. So Fox Business reported California insurance crisis, list of carriers that have fled or reduced coverage in the state. Several insurance companies have reduced their exposure in California in recent years. The wildfires raging Southern California are expected to add further fuel to the state's ongoing insurance crisis as residents' options for property coverage continues to dwindle or even disappear. Several insurance companies have fled California, stop writing new policies,
Mhm.
or otherwise reduce their exposure in the Golden State. Here is a list of the insurance companies that have either scaled back or left California. Number one, Allstate. Insurance company Allstate has passed its sales of new insurance policies in California in 2022 due to the wildfires and high costs. American National, Texas-based company, announced last year that it would stop offering homeowner insurance in California. AmGuard, a subsidiary of Berkshire Hathaway-owned Guard Insurance company, stopped writing home insurance policies in 2023. Falls Lake Insurance informed California Department of Insurance in 2023 it will be pulling out of the state completely because the company could not obtain reinsurance. Farmers Insurance has begun limiting coverage in California in 2023. And later that year, one of the subsidiaries, Farmer Direct Property, withdrew from the state entirely. Nationwide informed California last year that it would stop renewing all of its home insurance policies in the state by June 2025, according to the San Francisco Chronicle. And yeah, that's and the list goes on. There's others. The Hartford, there are others, but they're either all pulling out completely or reducing their exposure, and that's going to leave. And to Damon's point, what that's going to happen is these fires, climate change or whatever, these fires are getting worse and worse and more rampant and more frequent and wilder. And now houses, homeowners, if you don't already have homeowners insurance, you won't be able to get it. And if your homeowners insurance is up for renewal, you won't be able to renew. And if you're one of the two companies that's pulling out completely, you'll lose your insurance. So your house will not be insured.
Well, let me make one thing clear. California has what they call the FAIR plan. It's a last resort if insurers providing a limited coverage or a higher cost, right? But it's according to reports, it's expensive. But what I don't want to do is allow them to blame climate change, right? Look.
Nobody said. I said that. I said whether climate change or not.
No.
So we don't have to have the whole climate change. I was just saying whether you think it's climate change or not.
No.
We have to have a climate.
Well, if you watched a lot of the reports from the politicians in California, they talk about climate change, right? And my whole thing is, I'll be 57 this year. Every year I done heard about fires in California, right?
Yeah, but they're getting worse and more frequent.
No, they're getting worse. But because you know they're getting worse, you shouldn't cut the budget, right? You shouldn't cut the budget. $100 million was cut from prevention initiatives, right? Even $5 million was cut from vegetation management and fuel reduction teams. See, those teams are very important. Those teams are important because they go out and they clear the dry vegetation. So if anything, if you know climate change, right, you will increase that budget. So you will have more teams out there. Fires in California is not new. Climate change or not, you have to have, it's poor management. And added the fact now what the article didn't say is part of the reasons the insurance was pulling out because they passed a law to cap the premiums. Right? Insurances are businesses. We know that. They're in it to make money. I had a flood in my house and I had to fight to get my money. So insurance is in there. So if they can't go up on the premiums, it's no need to be there. They're going to lose money. So that's another thing. So why would you do that? And then they end up paying more money under this California Fair Plan. And they don't even know if they have enough money, right? Because look, you talking about Hollywood, bro. You talking about superstars. Just one house might be $50 million.
Yeah, Beyonce's mom lost her house. She's one of the many celebrities that lost their house.
Yeah, Mel Gibson lost his house. A lot of famous actors lost their house. And you know the houses are worth money. Do you have enough money in that plan to deal with that? You know? And we know, look, I never trust no state plan. I'm going to be straight music. Anything you tell me it's a New York state plan, absolutely not. Give me some private plans. I ain't going to trust no state plan. Especially with my $20 million house. So what's going to happen? People just going to leave. You know, you got a young girl. They showed a young girl throwing water, trying to save her grandparents' house, and they don't have insurance. What are these people going to do? I'll tell you what's going to happen. Next election, California going to be red.
You know, there's a lot of celebrities starting to realize they don't have to live in Hollywood to do movies. They're moving like when they're living in Colorado or wherever, and they just come in when they need to come in and go right back home.
Exactly.
They're moving out of California to other areas and stuff. Instead of, you know, there's a time where you kind of had to live in that California community, you know, to do the work. You know, you had to live there, but there's some big stars that are moving out now.
They ain't got no choice. They ain't no houses. They gotta go there because their house is burnt up.
I'm saying before that, some people just sold their house and moved. There's a couple of big celebrities. They have sold their houses before these fires and moved, and they've been going for like 10 years now, and they don't even live in Hollywood. That's why you don't hear about them. They show up when they need to show up, and they go back home.
Oh well, it's a wrap now. You ain't gonna see them. So let's check out what the fire chief has to say.
All right.
Hold on. Where's the thing at? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Chief Christine Crowley has spoken out about severe budget and staffing shortages that may have impacted the department's response to recent devastating fires across the city.
I can tell you, I'm going to even go back further than that. Again, since day one, we've identified huge gaps in regard to our service delivery and our ability from our firefighters, boots on the ground, to do their jobs. Since day one, this is my third budget as we're going into 25-26. What I can tell you is we are still understaffed, we're still under-resourced, and we're still underfunded.
Chief Crowley confirmed that the department's budget was cut, contradicting statements from Mayor Karen Bass, who claimed the cuts didn't affect emergency response capabilities.
There were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days.
The fire chief revealed alarming statistics. Since 2010, emergency calls have doubled with a 55% increase in volume, while the department operates with 68 fewer firefighters.
My position is to make sure that our people get what they need to do their jobs, and also, mind you, that they get to go home to their families. The amount of calls that our firefighters are running today has doubled since 2010, a 55% increase with 68 less people. Full transparency, this isn't a new problem for us. Since the 3 years that I've been in the seat, I've sounded the alarm to say we need more. This is no longer sustainable. So with that, we're now in a position to be properly funded. We are screaming to be properly funded to make sure that our firefighters can do their jobs so that we can serve the community that we took an oath.
She emphasized that the department is underfunded, understaffed, and under-resourced. The interview also addressed concerns about water accessibility during the recent fires.
Know that. What was going through your heart?
What's going through my heart is that our firefighters, the community's firefighters, LAFD firefighters need to be properly funded. We need to be supported so that they can do their jobs.
And let me show you real quick. Photographer Tony Buttigieg, I'm going to ask you to pan over to that table. Tell me what I'm looking at. This is memo after memo after memo, including to the Board of Fire Commissioners, where you pointed out your concern that you were not going to adequately be able to respond to a wildfire, an earthquake, everything that we see precisely in this city.
That's my job as a chief, is to take a big step back and understand where and how can we better serve the community. As a community needs more, we need to have more to make sure that our firefighters can serve them.
As this story unfolds, stay tuned to Black Westchester Magazine. It's the news with the Black point of view.
So there you have it. What else we got? We got any other topics?
That's about it, man.
Shout out to Lorraine Lopez who's tuned in.
Lorraine Lopez, what's up, girl?
Might have her come on a future episode to talk about what's going on in Yonkers politics or something like that.
Absolutely.
She's tuned in. She said, just let me know when.
Whenever you're ready, sis. Whenever you're ready, let's make it happen.
All right. Yeah. Because she texted me too. Yeah. So yeah, shout out to her. Shout out to Brenda Crump. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in on the various. I just got lazy this time. I usually go through the Facebook and the YouTube and get all the comments and stuff and see who's on. I didn't do all that today, so. But everybody tuned in, appreciate you. Everybody who supports us, appreciate you. They're working on the paper now. Last week or so to advertise it will be the January-February issue. It won't be a January issue. It'll be a January-February issue. Anybody who's paid for months, that will count as 1 month. You still get you paid for 4 months or whatever, you'll still get your amounts of months. But it'll be a January-February issue coming out early February. And Lorraine says, I'm ready. She told me to tell you that.
All right, we make it happen, man. Make it happen. Schedule it up. Let's go.
Yeah. And so I just want to let everybody know, get your ad in the next week or two. First paper of the year. Help that keep going. So we can't do it without you, without viewers and supporters like you, as PBS would say. So thank you all for your support, for the donations, for the ads, all those who supported the 10-year anniversary, sending a little donation or whatever. Greatly appreciate all of you, or took out a commemoratory ad, congratulatory, yes, that's the word, a congratulatory ad, congratulating us. Appreciate all of you. And, as you see, Damon is trying to bring some more content to the Black Westchester platform, including Tasha Young's show on Mondays and some other shows. And so I don't know who sent this ridiculously long comment, but I cannot put that on the screen. I'm sorry. Oh, Brenda, sorry, that's too big to put on the screen.
Brenda, that's too much, baby.
That'll take the whole screen, but I'll try to read it. She said the Mount Vernon City School District political leadership management is running 0% tax levy for consecutive years, despite the school district's financial difficulties. Check out this story from the Journal News. I ask, who are we? School Board President Adrian Sanders, a proponent of the school district's no tax increase policy, said she has learned that cash-strapped Mount Vernon voters have an aversion to tax increases, citing the resounding rejection of a 5% tax levy increase in recent years. I'll do an editorial or something with that because that's a lot. But yes, Brenda. Shout out to Brenda because she has been on the forefront of that at the town hall meetings and at the board meetings, and she's definitely bringing attention to that. Her and a few other people with the school closings and all that good stuff. So check out L. Crump on Facebook because she, all on her page, Brenda L. Crump, she has all the links, some videos, and the whole nine to what's going on with the Mount Vernon City School District.
Yeah, I just so on Mondays tomorrow it will be Tasha Young, Elevation Nation.
Yes.
And on Tuesdays, it's Balling with a Budget. Wednesdays is Wellness Wednesdays. And on Friday mornings, it's, it's the morning tea. But this fight is coming up, right, with Clarissa Shields. I think this is going to be, I'm a boxing fan, right? I'm a boxing fan. And her next fight, I think, was going to be the toughest fight she's going to have. You know, I wanted to find the picture. I can't find it.
Of her?
No, her and her opponent. Her and her opponent.
6 foot tall Danielle Perkins.
Yeah, yo.
For the undisputed.
I was like, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm gonna be like, I thought it was a dude at first, you know, because Clarissa has always wanted to fight a guy, right? and I was like, yo, I was like, oh my God, she finally did it, right? But then when and I'm just saying, I was like, wow, she finally did it.
The heavyweight undisputed championship is on the line.
Yeah.
February 2nd, get ready. I'll be back in my hometown.
No, it's not a video, it's just a picture.
Oh, okay, because I was gonna say you didn't.
Yeah. It's just a picture. You know what? I'm gonna put it right here for people. When I saw it, I'm like, you know, I like Clarissa Shields. You know, I like her style. You know, and she had a very interesting interview where she laid it all out. But that right there, I thought it was a dude. You know, and I was like, and then it was like, as a female, I was like, yo, this is going to be a fight. I really got to go somewhere and watch this one. Really got to go somewhere and watch this one. And I'm hoping Clarissa wins, because I saw an interview with her, and I really appreciated her honesty, you know, on a lot of things, and being famous and dealing with family and dealing with people, you know. She was real honest, you know, about how her life changed, you know, being a undisputed champion boxing. So
we don't have a lot of those no more. That's rare. Undisputed means you have all the belts.
Yeah, she has all the belts.
You are a champion. For those who might not know, you are the champion in every weight, every belt organization, WBC, the WBA, the IBF. You are the one undisputed champion. You have all
because it looks like she's only fighting for 2 belts.
Well, that's what I see in the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is her. Let me see if I could bring it up. This is her with all her belts. This is her with all the belts. Let me bring that up. This is her with all her belts. So she is undisputed, unless there's one missing. But it looks like she has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, she's probably undisputed.
But she's also.
She has 6 belts here.
She has belts in other weight classes too, I think. She has all the heavyweight ones, and she might have the lower weight. She wants to become the 3-divisional undisputed champion.
Oh, well.
So she's a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, 2-division undisputed champion. Yeah, so she's undisputed in 2 divisions. So that's 6 belts. That's 3 belts from both divisions. I don't know what the other division is, but yo, homegirl is no joke though.
Yeah. I wish her luck, because because I don't know. When I saw that one, I was like, oh man, okay. You know, but this is her test. You know, you can't be great and you're not going to get tested, right?
Brenda said, "Can you share the link to wherever her interview was so people can watch it?"
I gotta find it now.
Oh, okay. If not, I'll
It's probably on YouTube,
yeah,
Clarissa.
I'll try to find it too. But yeah, because you were talking about, you liked her honesty and her answers. And
Yeah.
if you guys just texted me and after the show,
It was I gotta find the one.
Yeah, because I can put it as a link under the video for the website.
Yeah. I'm not trying to the drama. I'm just trying to.
No. Usually the interview, you were talking about her in the interview. That's all. So since we referred to it, some people wanted to see it.
They're also doing a movie. It's called The Fire Inside. That's about her story in boxing. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna play this.
Okay, there you go. And I got one more local sports story after you finish.
Yeah. We're gonna play this because I think this is very cool. All right, go to screen share. Pull this out. This is supposed to be allegedly this is the Clarissa Shields story. Second people, there's a lot going on here. Here we go.
About girls boxing.
Don't see no reason why she can't. She got hands.
Hey, Mama.
Talk to you, man.
Going to bed. I got training in the morning.
When you win that prize money, you get our own place.
Just us.
USA Boxing hasn't won a gold medal since 2004.
Yeah, well, none of them boxers was Clarissa, was it?
As long as I'm boxing, I'm gonna be okay.
So you on a path, and everything you see out there is just one more thing to get in your way.
What you doing?
You think I don't know about what it's like to be 16? Hormones all everywhere?
Don't nobody want to hear about y'all nasty hormones.
Oh, you don't? Well, I'm gonna tell you though.
When you gonna rip the Nike?
Soon, bruh, soon. What's this?
That good protein.
Can I at least have some fries?
Coach Jason say no French fries.
We'll be going to China for the qualifiers. And after that, it's London. Can't nobody beat me.
Is that the dude from the Marvel?
I'm sorry, I was looking for something else I wasn't watching.
All these people getting these endorsements. Meanwhile, I can barely pay my mama rent.
Maybe it just take more time. I would love to represent Clarissa. It's just much harder with women athletes.
It's not fair, but people expect female athletes to behave a certain way.
I won that gold medal by being me. What happened to staying true to who you are?
It's way bigger than boxing, Russ. So it's gonna be up to you to show who Clarissa Shields really is.
If I'm trained for the second gold medal, I'm gonna need exactly what the men get.
Is it the money? Is it the recognition?
Money is recognition. This ain't just about me. It's just for all the women.
Folks around here know that if Clarissa Shields can do it, they can too.
seen more in your 16 years than most people seen in their entire lifetime. I want you to take that fire inside of you and turn it into something good.
Hey, yo, you represent out there. Show 'em how we do it in Flint.
Says Christmas Day?
Hey, who says the Antichrist can't be a woman?
Whoa.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Whoa, what is that? What is these guys talking about?
You move that off. Delete. I wanted to shout out a young man that Brenda actually brought on the show, a Johnny Cornelius. He played for Stepanek. He lives in Harlem, but he came out here, played for Stepanek. He then went to he began his career in Rhode Island and then played for Oregon. Well, he is entering the NFL draft, the 2025 NFL draft. I want to congratulate him. He's been on our show, good guy, hard worker, big dude, really good. He is entering the 2025 NFL draft. His mom hit me up, so I just wanted to give him a shout out. And like I said, Brenda brought him to the show. He came to the show in the studio when we had the studio in Yonkers. Big, tall dude. Yeah, big dude. I mean, I seen his clips, his early clips. Dude, he offensive linebacker. He be knocking people on their butts. Dude, he be doing what he's supposed to be doing. So good dude. Used to take the train all the way. Used to travel all the way from Harlem to Stepanek early in the morning to do for football practice and then school, and then stay late for more football practice and go home. Like, he was just telling us that whole journey, and he shared that on an earlier show. What athletes, some of our athletes go through. And he came out here to he came to Westchester to play on a better team, and he played for Stepanek, and he did the damn thing out there.
All right.
Where Brenda says, see that broccoli up in there as a good protein. Damon K. I don't know what she's talking about. We'll see it where.
What broccoli? What you talking about?
Is your book behind you or something? Or I don't see your book behind you. Brenda, you got to let us know what you're talking about.
Well,
was there something on the?
I got to get off. It's time for me to end it anyway. I got to take care of something.
You have another episode of Black Westchester Presents the People Before Politics radio show. At this point, I've been out of the loop, so somewhere around episode 458, I'm not exactly sure what number I gotta post the last couple of shows on there. But check out the show tomorrow with Tasha and all the other things going on, and tune in each week as we continue to give you the real talk for the community since 2014.
Be out of here.
Our sponsors.
Peace out.
Don't miss Damon K. Jones's revolutionary approach to total wellness. His complete wellness collection, 4 transformative books that have changed thousands of lives. Drawing from years of expertise, Damon guides you through emotional eating, clean living, and the proven 6 pillars of lasting health. Experience his 28-day challenge, which helps people nationwide discover their best selves. Or his groundbreaking book, The Empowering Benefits of Detoxing, Cleansing, and Eating Clean, will help you re-energize and refocus on your health, wellness, and mental clarity. Join the wellness revolution. Get this life-changing collection for only $65. Go to DamonKJones.com for this special offer, and let's make health and wellness the new black. From the streets of the 914 to the pinnacle of journalism, AJ Woodson's journey is legendary. As a founding member of hip-hop legendary group JVC Force, he lived hip-hop. Now, as editor-in-chief of Black Westchester Magazine, experience his groundbreaking trilogy, We Got Our Own Thing, the untold story of hip-hop from Westchester County. Black Westchester celebrates Black women. Black Westchester, the origin story. The raw, unfiltered memoir of how faith and determination created a voice for the voiceless. 3 books, 1 incredible journey. From hip-hop pioneer to community voice, AJ Woodson stories need to be on your shelf. All books available on Amazon, or contact Black Westchester Magazine for your copy.
the best you will find. Living in CI, who the hell am I? AJ rock the juice, I get fly, cool with the riffing guy. Keep a handle, cause if you don't, I'll wax you down like a candle.
This new year, Black Westchester and Vita Health Nutrition are joining forces to revolutionize your wellness journey. 2025 isn't just another year, it's your year to thrive. We're making health and wellness the new black, and everyone's invited to join the movement. Vita Health Nutrition's premium collection features powerful immune support supplements, natural energy boosters, advanced nutritional formulas, wellness essentials for the whole family. New Year special offer, get an exclusive 30% off all Vita Health products. Use code BW30, join the movement. Visit blackwestchester.com for community updates. Shop vitahealthnutrition.us. Follow both brands on social media for daily inspiration. Let's make 2025 our healthiest year yet. Black Westchester and Vita Health Nutrition, empowering our community, one healthy choice at a time. Remember, your health is your wealth. Start 2025 strong with Vita Health Nutrition and Black Westchester.
This is the People Before Politics show, broadcast every Sunday at 6 p.m. Hosts Damon K. Jones and AJ Woodson bring you the news that impacts our community. Join us for unfiltered, unapologetic coverage of the stories that matter most. Black Westchester Magazine presents the People Before Politics show, the news with the black point of view.
$22 million black victims of Americanism are waking up, and they're gaining a new political consciousness, becoming politically mature. And as they develop this political maturity, they're able to see the recent trends in these political elections. Any minority that has a block of votes that stick together is in a strategic position. Either way you go, that's who gets it. You're in a position to determine who go to the White House and who stay in the doghouse. You're the one who has that power. You and I have never seen democracy. All we've seen is hypocrisy. Today, look around America, we see America not through the eyes of someone who has enjoyed the fruits of Americanism. We see America through the eyes of someone who has been the victim of Americanism. We don't see any American dream. We've experienced only the American nightmare. We haven't benefited from America's democracy. We've only suffered from America's hypocrisy. And the generation that's coming up now can see it and are not afraid to say it.